expect in an NFL draft. It's night 2 of the NFL draft. It's rounds 2 and 3. And we're here. We're going to be live streaming throughout all of the picks. We're going to bring you all the picks. Talk a little bit about it. We'll have some opportunities to join us here to talk about them as they happen. So night 1 was a interesting night. We had 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks, which I don't think anybody really predicted. It was the first time in a while, actually, that 3 quarterbacks have gone in the first 3 picks. I did predict that 5 of the first 10 would be quarterbacks, and I was right about that. Probably the most notable about that, too, is the fact that no quarterbacks were taken after pick 12. So Denver got Bo Nix as the 12th overall pick. But beyond that, the most notable thing was that for the first half of last night, there was only a wide receiver, there were only offensive picks. So we had quarterbacks going, we had tackles going, we had wide receivers going, we had a tight end go last night, but we didn't start to see defensive players come off the board until you got to Indianapolis, who picked up Laiatu Latu. Now, if you are like me and you're an Eagles fan and you needed help on the defense, you loved the fact that quarterbacks were going quickly. You loved the fact that offensive linemen were going quickly. You loved the fact that wide receivers were going. You loved all those offensive picks, because what that enabled the Philadelphia Eagles to do was to be patient and to wait for that 22nd overall pick, where the best cornerback in the draft, arguably, in terms of everything, and that would be, in this situation, that would be Quinyon Mitchell, was available for selection. And Quinyon Mitchell could not have been more happy to go to Philadelphia. Was he disappointed about the fact that he fell 10 spots from where he was expected to go? I'm certain that's the case. But ultimately, was he excited to go to Philadelphia? Yeah, you saw him partying with Philadelphia fans following his selection. He was one of just a handful of players who were invited to go to the draft this year. A handful of prospects. He's in a good spot. So we have a little bit of chaos at the very end of last night. We had the Buffalo Bills trading with a rival of theirs, the Kansas City Chiefs, trading down to the number 32 overall, and then they traded with the Carolina Panthers for the number 33 overall. So the Buffalo Bills will actually be the team that opens up round 2. Round 2 and 3 will be streaming tonight, as I mentioned. So that's where things stand. And rounds 2 and 3, they will move a lot faster than round 1. Round 1 had 10 minutes between picks. Round 2 will have 7 minutes between picks. And then round 3 will have just 5 minutes between picks. And that will be, if you tune in tomorrow, we will not be live streaming tomorrow. But if you do tune in tomorrow for the any portion of the NFL draft, rounds 4, 5, and 6 will have that 5-minute period. Round 7 will be the fastest moving round. It will have just 2 minutes between picks. So that's where things stand at this point. It is a packed house in Detroit right now. Detroit, the host of the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Joe Donahue with Bird's Nest Media. Hope you are enjoying your Friday night. Thank you so much for stopping by. We'll be bringing you every pick here on Bird's Nest Media. Mostly we focus on Eagles here if you're new, but if you're not new, then by all means, welcome back. If you are new here, welcome. Please feel free to drop a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel. So we are just a couple of moments away here. It is 7 o'clock Eastern. That is when the first team of the day is supposed to go on the clock. That would be the Buffalo Bills. So we're just waiting on things to get started officially over there in Detroit. But in any case, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you for stopping by one way or the other here. So we've got just a couple more moments here. They're doing their last little analysis. We'll see who the Bills decide to go with. They have some needs, particularly on at wide receiver, but they also have some needs in the secondary, and they also have a need at center. So the draft picks so far for the second round, the order, we'll talk about the next five specifically here. So we will the order. So Buffalo got the first pick of the second round from Carolina. That would be the number 33 overall. Then it goes New England, Arizona, Washington, the Los Angeles Chargers, and then Tennessee. So that's where things stand. The Philadelphia Eagles, again, since we're a Eagles channel here, Philadelphia Eagles have 2 picks in the second round. They have the number 50 overall, which they acquired from New Orleans, and they have the number 53 overall, which is their own. So the number 50 overall, that's the 18th pick of the second round, and then the number 53 overall is the 21st pick of the second round. Just going through my notes here regarding trades. There were a handful of trades yesterday. I would expect to see some more today. So that's kind of where things are at this point. I would expect to see more trades today, more teams making selections or trying to work out deals to try to get better spots as players that they want become available or don't. But yeah, Detroit is at capacity according to Ian Rappaport, and it is insane over there. You can see everybody's getting excited. All right, Commissioner Roger Goodell coming on. It's going to kick off night 2 of the NFL draft. Round 2 picks are going to be announced by current players. Round 3 picks will be announced by legends. Legendary players, so to speak. So we're just hanging out here. Again, I appreciate you all stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out. We are waiting for the commissioner right now is making his announcements. They're doing some promotional stuff here. They're introducing the Michigan Wolverines, the national champions. Won the FBS championship this past year. Coming on to that there. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. We're going to be covering all of the picks tonight for rounds 2 and 3. So that's going to be a grand total of 64 regular picks, plus the compensatory picks that will occur at the end of round 3. There are 5 of those. We'll talk about those more in a little bit. While they're doing that, again, please feel free to drop a comment. Would love to hear from you. What have your thoughts been about the draft so far? Night 1 of the draft. What were your thoughts? If you are, again, I know as an Eagles fan, I'm really grateful that we had that pick. All right. Buffalo Bills are on the clock officially now. So, again, picks in the second round of the draft. There are 7 minutes between picks. So the Buffalo Bills got about 6 minutes and 40 seconds at this point, according to the timer that's on NFL Network. But yeah, let me know what your thoughts are. What are your thoughts about the draft last night? What are you thinking about as the draft continues today? I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment, drop a like, drop a subscribe if that's your thing. Again, I really appreciate it. Really helps the channel grow. We're live streaming to a couple of other platforms today as well. Our primary platform for video content is YouTube, but we're doing some live streaming to some other platforms. So if you're joining us on Twitch or if you're joining us on Twitter, welcome. By all means, please feel free to like and subscribe. But right now we've got Buffalo has got about 5.5 minutes left. Most of their needs seem to fall around the defense, although they do have some needs at wide receiver and at center. So you can always probably count on them to look into those. And Buffalo starts us off because of the trade that occurred at the very end of round 1 between the Bills and the Carolina Panthers. The Bills had traded back a couple of spots. They initially traded back with the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they traded back even further. Right now, again, we're just hanging out, so I appreciate you all stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel. We're at about 4 minutes left for the Buffalo Bills. Who do you think the Bills are taking? What are your thoughts? Drop a comment. Alright, we got about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left for the Bills on the clock here. Bills have some opportunities again. And the pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. So the pick is in. So following the Bills is going to be New England, then Arizona, then Washington, then the Chargers. If you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, I'm sorry about your pick last night. I mean, I'm not, but I am sorry. We've all been there where we've had head scratcher picks. I might be able to see a little bit of understanding about this, especially given the fact that the Falcons kind of framed it in the light of they were trying to what the Green Bay Packers did with Jordan Love, but I can also understand the concern there too, as an Eagles fan myself, where you've got those head scratcher moments. So, But the pick is in, so we're waiting for what the pick is going to be. All right, so Commissioner Goodell again does not announce the picks tonight. Unless there's some kind of a weird situation where he would come out. Aaron Williams is announcing the pick. Defensive back Aaron Williams. And they're going to go wide receiver. So they get Keon Coleman, wide receiver, out of Florida State. Okay, yeah. So you can see he's definitely got some moves. He's definitely got some ups there. So he was the 2023 first team All ACC. So that is certainly to his advantage. But yeah, he's just got a solid 300 punt return yards too in 2023 as well, which is also huge. But yeah, career-wise, 115 receptions, 1,500 receiving yards, 19 touchdowns. He played over 2 different schools. I think the Bills will be pretty good to have him. And they got him in the second round, which is effectively, pretty close to a first-round pick there. And now we've got our first trade of the night. It is a trade alert, folks. The New England Patriots have traded their pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. So the Los Angeles Chargers are now on the clock. Trying to find out what the compensation is for that. There's just trying to get that compensation for this. So yeah, but that is the big news, is a trade to the LA Chargers. So the Chargers are on the clock. They hit the 2-minute warning. Okay, so the Chargers get the 34th overall and a 5th round pick. New England gets the 37th overall, so they'll swap, and then a 4th round pick. So that's the compensation. So that's where we're at right now in terms of so you got the trade. Just waiting on that pick to come in for the Chargers at this point. But yeah, the Chargers are on the clock. And who could they go? They got an offensive. They got a tackle last night. They could be looking for a weapon for Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert had 20 touchdowns, I think, over the year. I thought I saw was the stat. Career low for him. He had a career low in that stat. We've got a few folks. The pick is in for the Chargers. So we're just now waiting on what that pick announcement is going to be. And the Chargers pick is going to be announced by Rolf Benerschke, former player. Former kicker, actually, for the Chargers back in the 70s and the 80s. Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia, is the selection. So they go and they try to get a weapon for Justin Herbert. Wide receiver out of Georgia. So that's where things are there. They're describing him as a good inside-outside wide receiver. He's had 30 receptions, 478 yards, 2 touchdowns in 2023. I do like this pick, especially given the fact that the Chargers kind of need some weapons. But according to Ian Rappaport, he fell out of the first round due to concerns about a back ailment. But he's definitely hoping that it's something that he can manage. So that's where things stand on that front there. That does put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. So Arizona holds the number 3 pick in the second round. We'll see what they decide to do with that. This is one of those days where you can see this is one of the most impactful days for prospects, because this week this is where all their dreams come true. They've been playing football for most of their lives at this point, and they finally have an opportunity to make it. They finally have the opportunity to go pro, and that's huge for anybody who's been dedicating their life to something. They finally have reached the mountaintop, so to speak. Not everybody's going to be a multi-million-dollar receiver who's going to be set for the rest of his life. But when you find this is the opportunity, you are paid to play football. And we have a trade alert. The Cardinals have traded their pick to the Atlanta Falcons. So the Falcons are now on the clock. Falcons trading up from the number 11 spot in the second round. Here's the compensation. So Atlanta receives a 35th overall, and they get a 6th round pick. It's number 186. Whereas the Arizona Cardinals, they get the number 43 overall, and they get a 3rd. So they trade a 6th for a 3rd. They trade a 3rd for a 6th, and the Cardinals swap picks. Cardinals and Falcons swap picks. So that's where things are at for that. So the Atlanta Falcons, they have needs. Looks like they have a lot of needs in the secondary as well. So this could be an opportunity for the Atlanta Falcons to poach some folks. And the pick is in for the Falcons. So we are now just waiting on what that pick is going to be. Barring any other trades, that is going to put the Washington Commanders on the clock. So we have NFC East rival here, but the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. So we'll see what that pick is going to be. Again, this is going to move a lot faster than last night. There's going to be a lot less downtime. We're going to have a lot more picks coming in. Certainly a lot faster because the Atlanta Falcons, the second round pick, I apologize, the second round picks, they have 7 minutes between picks, and then the third round pick, 3, 4, 5, 6 will have 5 minutes. 7 will have 2. We're not going to be streaming for day 3, but we've got opportunities. So Falcons could be looking secondary here. Cooper DeJean is still available. He's considered to be the best player available on the board. Falcons right now, they could also be thinking about defensive line. They could be thinking about an edge rusher, a linebacker. We have not had any linebackers come off the board. Any linebackers, we have not had any of those come off the board. So the Falcons pick is going to be announced by Andre Reeson. He's a wide receiver. He played for the Falcons in the early 90s. Rook Ohorho. Or Rook Ohorhoro. Sorry. Defensive tackle out of Clemson. Horo. Five sacks in 2023 for Rook. And then you have 8 tackles for a loss in each of the last 3 seasons. So he's going to be a force to be reckoned with on the Falcons defensive line there. So probably a position that Atlanta fans would have wanted addressed yesterday, but they went quarterback. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock right now. So 3 picks into the second round, and we already have 2 trades. Tonight's a lot more chaotic here. Commanders have less than 3 minutes to go before their pick is due. Commanders got a quarterback last night. They also have needs. They have edge. They have needs on the offensive line. They could be going corner. We'll see where things stand on that front there. I would expect probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go with a. I mean, they could go corner. You got some solid ones there still. Cooper DeJean is still there. Then you have Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ennis Rakestraw. The pick is in for the Commanders. So that is official. The pick is in. Again, if you're here just joining us, I appreciate you stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out if you're watching on YouTube. Really helps the YouTube channel out. We're live streaming to a couple of other platforms as well, so by all means, please feel free to give those a like and subscribe as well. Again, really helps the channel out. Trying to bring you all kinds of NFL and Eagles content over the course of the year. Just hang tight for me 1 second here. Appreciate your patience. I just got to run and grab something off the printer. All right, I am back. So the pick is in for the Commanders. We're just waiting on what that pick is going to be. The New England Patriots will hop back on the clock after that. Commanders, of course, moving on from Ron Rivera last season, hiring Dan Quinn as the head coach. They have not won a playoff game since 2005, and they're competing in one of the most intense divisions in the NFL, which is the NFC East. The Commanders are playing in a division that has not had a repeat division champion since the Eagles did it back in the early 2000s. So it is definitely crazy time. So we got Commissioner Roger Goodell coming out for the selection by the Washington Commanders. Darryl Green will be making the announcement officially. And they are retiring Darryl Green's jersey number. So Darryl Green wore number 28 for the Commanders. So that's the announcement there. That's why Commissioner Goodell came out to announce to introduce Darryl. Darryl Green wore number 28, and they are officially retiring that number when he played for the Washington Redskins. So now he's taking the jacket off and putting on the jersey that they brought for him. Doesn't make the most sense because, I mean, you know, he's also wearing a hat with the number, but okay, cool. Whatever. He was picked by Washington number 28 overall in 1983. He was a corner. The pick is in. Doing a little bit of celebration there, so we're going to see what the pick is. Appreciate y'all all hanging out here. We're waiting on this announcement. Darryl Green's drawing this out. definitely please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps. Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois, is where they go. So they address porous defensive line. I'm sorry, my bad. Their offensive line was porous. The defensive line is the defensive line actually last season was one of the better assets of that team, and it does get better with them. He was the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year last season. 6'1", 304. He's explosive off the line. You can see based off of the highlights that they're showing right now. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. So that does put the New England Patriots on the clock here. And the pick is in for them already. Well, to be fair, they've been on the clock for a little bit. So the New England Patriots pick is in. This is going to be the first season without Bill Belichick as a head coach since 1999. And this pick is going to be announced by Michael Onwenu, 6th-round pick by the Patriots a couple years ago. Jalen Polk, Washington wide receiver. So, yeah, that's again, good solid pick for the Patriots because they needed a wide receiver and they got one. So they needed a weapon for now they've got a first-round pick in Drake May, so he'll be able, their new franchise quarterback. So they will, they've got him there, and they get a weapon for him in the second round. So solid pick. Definitely let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Would love to hear from you. As these picks are moving along here, we are 5 picks through the second round. That's the first of 2 rounds tonight. So we have the second round and the third round tonight. And then tomorrow we won't be streaming. There will be some videos that will be put up on YouTube that'll talk about, especially from an Eagles standpoint, 4, 5, 6, 7, those rounds. But realistically speaking, that's where things stand at this point. We still got a long night of draft ahead of us here, and the pick is already in for the Tennessee Titans. So their pick is in. The Titans have a bunch of needs in the secondary. They also have a wide receiver need, and 3 of the first 5 picks have been wide receivers. So it is entirely possible that the Titans go wide receiver here as well, because it seems like if one of your needs is a wide receiver, you're getting that receiver if you can. The Titans late yesterday picked J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. So they have that need taken care of. And that's where things stand on that front. So we're just waiting on that pick to be announced. NFL Network's in a commercial right now, so that's they're going to come back once the commercial come. As they come back from commercial, they'll probably put out that announcement. Tennessee Titans pick will be announced by Warren Moon. Hall of Famer Warren Moon will announce the pick for the Tennessee Titans. In case you're curious, because again, we focus on the Eagles here, Brandon Graham will be announcing, assuming that things don't move around, Brandon Graham will be announcing the picks for the Eagles in round 2. But yeah, definitely let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. The 38th overall pick in the NFL draft here belongs to Tennessee. After that is going to be Carolina. Then we got Washington coming up again. Then we have Green Bay at 41, Houston, and Atlanta. Those are the next picks. So the pick is in. We're just waiting on that pick announcement. And we have a trade alert, folks. So the Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th overall pick to the LA Rams. So we have a trade alert. So the Rams are actually on the clock right now. So we're waiting to see what we're waiting to hear what the compensation is, but that just happened. So that we've got a trade alert. But first we got the Tennessee Titans and Warren Moon coming out to make the announcement of the selection. Warren Moon, quarterback. He's a Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2006. Played for the Titans. T'Vondre Sweat is selected by the Titans. He's a defensive tackle out of Texas. They're calling him a pocket pusher, somebody who can clog up running lanes. And you're seeing the highlights there. He is doing a pretty good job there. Excuse me, sorry about that. But yeah, again, that does put the LA Rams on the clock following the trade. All right, so we're just right now we're waiting on what the trade compensation is because they haven't shared that fully yet with us. The Rams move up the board. So the Rams were picking at number 52. They are now picking at number 39. So that is a monster of a jump. And the pick is in for the Rams. They have not shared what this pick is going to cost the Rams. Isaac Bruce, Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer Isaac Bruce is announcing the pick for the Rams, wide receiver. He was a recent inductee, class of 2020. Rams have selected Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. So they moved all the way up in the second round. And now the Eagles are on the clock. Breaking news, everybody. The Eagles are on the clock here. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded up and are now on the clock. So what did we trade? What did we trade here? Eagles are on the clock now. All right, here's the compensation that the Rams gave up, because they gave up a lot. They gave up number 52 overall. They gave up number 155, and they gave up a second-round pick next year. But now the Eagles have traded up into number 40. And the pick is in for the Eagles. The pick is in for the Eagles. So the Eagles traded with the Commanders. Eagles pick will be announced by Brandon Graham. They're cutting to commercial right now. So we will see what the Eagles pick is itself following that. Here's where we're at. So the Eagles trade the 50th overall, the 53rd overall. So they trade both of their second rounders to the Commanders. And they also trade away a day 3 pick. Drop a comment in the chat. Would love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about this trade? Okay, so the Eagles trade away. The Eagles get. The Eagles get. So the Eagles trade 50, 53, and they trade away 161. So that's a day 4. The Commanders trade away number 40 and number 78. So the Eagles now have a pick in the 3rd round. So the Eagles leapfrog Green Bay. The Eagles leapfrog Green Bay. They trade with a division rival. And the pick is in. And we're waiting on that pick announcement. And another trade now because actually Green Bay trades out of that spot. So now they're going down. They trade out to New Orleans. So Green Bay is trading down. Looks like they're trading down to the number 45 overall. This is insane right now here, folks. The pick is in for the Eagles, and then the Saints are on the clock. So the Saints traded with the Packers. Could they be getting... The Eagles have some needs in the secondary. Do they get a secondary pickup? All right, so yeah, the official compensation. The Eagles get 40 overall. They get a 3rd rounder, and they also get a 5th round pick. So they get a 5th rounder. And then the Eagles trade away both of the seconds that they have, and then they trade away another day 3 pick. So here comes Brandon Graham, the longest tenured Eagle, to announce the 40th overall pick. He's leading the crowd in an Eagles chant. Talking about how being a part of the Eagles has changed his life right now. Cooper DeJean, cornerback out of Iowa. Cooper DeJean, quarterback out of Iowa. The player that most people probably thought would be going in the 1st round. I actually kind of expected him to go to the Eagles with the 22 overall. If the Eagles didn't get Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper falls to the 2nd round, and he is picked up. He is traded up for The Philadelphia Eagles get him. And that is huge. So the Eagles last night, they got Quinyon Mitchell. Again, a little bit more of a certainly the best corner on the board. And then you have the Eagles moving up and taking somebody who not only can be a corner, but he could also double as a safety, which is another need that the Eagles have. So the fact that he's able to do that, he's also a returner, which is going to be important because the Eagles said farewell to Boston Scott. You can see into the NovaCare complex right now. If you're watching NFL Network, you see Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, all the front office staff high-fiving everybody. And there's Cooper DeJean hugging his family. Cooper DeJean is kind of like a Malcolm Jenkins kind of situation is what the comparison is being made right now. And the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. But so the Eagles came in, they needed to address the secondary, and with 2 of their first 3 picks, they did that. With their pick on night 1 and their first pick on night 2, and they have a second pick on night 2 now as well. So they've got a pick in round 3, and they could easily address that secondary as well. They could also start taking a look at the line, the offensive line. Taysom Hill is announcing the pick for the Saints. Another player that is the Saints did not expect to be available in the second round where he is, Kool-Aid McKinstry, corner out of Alabama. So New Orleans is drinking the Kool-Aid, folks. So that puts the Houston Texans on the clock. Houston didn't pick at all yesterday, it doesn't look like. Houston did not pick at all yesterday. They traded away a bunch. But that was to acquire C.J. Stroud, among other things last year. So, again, huge night for the Eagles already. The Eagles were patient and they took the best corner in the draft, and then Howie pulls the trigger, and the Eagles jump up and take Cooper DeJean, a player that I was excited about because at least going into the draft, I thought he was probably more realistic of a pick for the Eagles at number 22, assuming the Eagles didn't trade up. They didn't, but they didn't have to because they got a better player in Quinyon Mitchell, the best corner in the draft, and then they went ahead and they got another incredibly solid player in Cooper DeJean, somebody who can be very versatile. So the Texans pick is being announced by Christian Harris. Linebacker, he was a third-round pick by the Texans in 2022. And they're going to take Kamari Lassiter, it looks like, another corner. So there's a run on the cornerback market. cornerback out of Georgia. That's the other big news, too. The Eagles haven't taken a player from Georgia yet, which last year the Eagles picked Jalen Carter. They picked Nolan Smith. They picked a bunch of players out of Georgia. If you were a defensive player and you were playing for Georgia, there was a high probability you were getting drafted by the Eagles last season, last draft. Not this go. So, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and actually the pick is already in for them. Again, this moves a lot faster. These later rounds move a lot faster because there's less time. And again, Arizona picked this, got this pick due to the fact that they were they traded back with the Atlanta Falcons. So this pick originally belonged to the Atlanta Falcons. It now belongs to the Arizona Cardinals. We are waiting on what that pick is going to be. Following that is going to be the Las Vegas Raiders, and then the Green Bay Packers will pick. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Quick recap of the second round so far. So Buffalo opened up the second round. They picked Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State. New England traded away the 34th overall to the Chargers. They picked Lad McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia. Arizona traded the 35th overall to Atlanta. They picked Rook Ohorhoro, defensive tackle out of Clemson. Washington picked at 36, Jerzan Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois. The Chargers traded the 37th overall pick to New England. They picked Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. The Tennessee Titans picked at number 38 overall Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle out of Texas. Carolina traded the pick 39 overall to the LA Rams. The Rams picked Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. The Washington Commanders traded the 40th overall pick to the Eagles. They picked Cooper DeJean, cornerback out of Iowa. Green Bay Packers traded the 41st overall to New Orleans. They picked Kool-Aid McKinstry. 42 overall went to Houston. Houston picked Kamari Lassiter, corner out of Georgia. And then Arizona's pick is in, so we are waiting on Arizona's pick right now. You can see Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, former defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, sitting there in that war room having the conversation. They have made the playoffs once since 2016, so they're looking to do some stuff there. But yeah, the Eagles have Eagles are using their picks wisely. I think we anticipate there was question, and there was certainly, at least in my mind, some doubt about whether or not the Eagles would really genuinely go after some of these secondary needs with these early picks in the draft. They absolutely have, and I was really hoping that they would. So at this point, we've hit the minimum at which I would be content with the picks. I would love it if the Eagles spent if the Eagles spent their third round pick, if they spent that on another secondary player. That could be somebody like Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who a lot of Eagles fans have been high on, or it could be somebody else in that third round. That's where things stand at this point here. Detroit is still jam-packed. You can see a lot of Detroit fans out there. And the Arizona Cardinals pick is about to be announced. That is being announced by Leonard Davis. So Leonard Davis, offensive lineman, he was picked in 2001 with the second overall pick. Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers. So there has been a run on the cornerback market with these last several picks. And I don't think anybody really expected that. But Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers, selected with the 43rd overall. Two-time all Big Ten honorable mention over the course of the last couple seasons. And now the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, and actually their pick is in. So we will get their pick going here. Then you've got, immediately following that, you've got the Green Bay Packers, who should now pick after trading back. So the Las Vegas Raiders pick is being announced by Jim Plunkett, Raiders legend. Quarterback, won 2 Super Bowls with them. Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon. They announced him as a guard, but he's officially listed as a center. So that he could be again. That's a need that the Raiders have. And that does put the Green Bay Packers on the clock. So the Packers, their needs, they addressed a need yesterday in offensive tackle. The pick is in for the Packers now. Again, last night we were dealing with relatively slow periods. Tonight, not so much. It's going to be going pretty hot and heavy here. And now there's another trade. So there's another trade, and the Carolina Panthers have traded with the Indianapolis Colts and are now on the clock. Packers pick is going to be announced by Brian Bulaga. Tackle, and he was picked in 2010, 23rd overall. Detroit is booing him, naturally. They're division rivals. Linebacker Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M goes to the Packers. Relatively solid pick for them, I will say. Again, they had some needs in the secondary as well. He was one I would have liked the Eagles to get too. So yeah, the Packers got a Edgerrin Cooper. He is the first linebacker off the board, actually. Yeah, so again, the Carolina Panthers traded up, if you missed that news. So the Carolina Panthers traded up. And their pick is now in. So things are powering through with them here. Again, we're moving right along. Second and third rounds are all business. Things move quickly here. All right, so the pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. And Carolina's pick is going to be announced by Mushin Muhammad. Wide receiver, he was picked by the Panthers in 1996. But yeah, Cooper DeJean, obviously the big story if you're just joining us for Eagles fans. Almost all of the picks so far in the first round have been traded away to in the second round have been traded away to other teams. So it's been chaos, and the Panthers are selecting the draft's first running back. It's going to be Jonathan Brooks out of Texas. So the first running back goes in the second round. 6 foot, even about 216 pound running back. Relatively elusive back. You can see him on the highlights. If you're watching any of the highlights right now, they've got highlights going. But yeah, Jonathan Brooks, and that puts the New York Giants on the clock. So we got another division rival. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. Love to hear what your thoughts are. If you're new here, like and subscribe. We'd really appreciate it. It really helps the channel out. Okay, so we got Jonathan Brooks, selected by the Carolina Panthers, and now we've got the New York Giants on the clock. The New York Giants yesterday got a weapon for Daniel Jones, and their pick is in. So we'll see what they decide to do. They have some defensive needs. They could also, if they, because they might not think that, and honestly, I don't think that. I mean, I'm glad they did it, but I don't think that if I'm as far as the Giants are concerned, the Giants have the QB in Daniel Jones. So. So, drop a comment. Again, I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are about this draft so far. We'll be live throughout both of the rounds tonight, so definitely keep it locked here. All right. Again, appreciate y'all hanging out. New York Giants pick is going to be announced by Tiki Barber when he comes out. All right, Tiki Barber coming out to announce the Giants selection here. Tyler Nubin, safety out of Minnesota. Somebody I was thinking also could have fallen to the Eagles. Widely perceived as that. But yeah, the Giants get him, and he's going to be a force in their secondary. So instead of the Eagles getting somebody like him, the Eagles will face him twice a year. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Their pick is actually in now. So we are waiting on the Jaguars pick. The Jaguars pick will be announced by James Stewart. If you're watching on NFL Network or ESPN, if you're watching those live announcements, we got that going on there. So running back, he was picked 19th overall by the Jaguars in 1995. Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU, goes to Jacksonville. That puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. But yeah, Mason Smith. Showing his versatility, showing his speed, showing his explosiveness on the line. So that's where things stand there. Former Eagles head coach and the head coach that brought the Super Bowl to the Eagles, Doug Peterson, on the screen right now, celebrating his pick. Celebrating his team's pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. So that does put the Washington Commanders on the clock. It looks like. Now Commissioner Goodell coming out with an escorting out somebody. The announcement's coming from Christy Coons, who's the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Southwest Ohio. And they get Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. So, it fills a need for them. So I'm not I'm a fan of that pick for the Bengals. So that puts the Commanders on the clock here. So we and actually it looks like their pick is in. So the Commanders are on the clock. This was one of the picks that they got from the Eagles. Remember, because the Eagles traded up with the Commanders. So Troy Vincent is out there to announce the Commanders pick. And they get cornerback Mike Sainristil. So going a little bit farther down in the pick list there, but yeah, Mike Sainristil going to the Washington Commanders. Cornerback out of Michigan. And that will put Pittsburgh on the clock. He had a big note there. I'm seeing some stats. Sainristil still had 2 pick sixes in 2023. He had 7 interceptions, 13 pass breakups in his career. Some solid numbers. Definitely makes it worth the second round pick there. Pittsburgh Steelers, just kind of hanging out, waiting on that, or waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers pick now. Detroit's having a blast there, hosting the Detroit fans are out there, jabbing at Ohio State. It's been 1,609 days since Ohio State beat Michigan. The pick is in for the Steelers. So that's where they're at right now. The Indianapolis Colts hop on the clock thanks to the trade with the Carolina Panthers. So just a quick recap of the second round so far. So Keon Coleman, wide receiver from Florida State, was picked by Buffalo to start off the night. The New England Patriots traded away the 34th pick to the Chargers. Chargers selected Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia. The Cardinals traded their 35th overall to Atlanta. They picked Rook Ohoro, defensive tackle out of Clemson. The 4th pick of the night was held by Washington, 36 overall. Jerzan Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois. The 5th pick of the second round, 37 overall, was traded by the Chargers to New England. That was part of the pick swap. New England picked up Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. The 6th pick of the second round, 38 overall, was held by Tennessee. They picked Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle out of Texas. 39 overall, the 7th pick of the second round, was traded by Carolina to the LA Rams for Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. The Washington Commanders originally held the 40th overall pick. That's the 8th pick of the second round. But they traded that to the Eagles for a steal of a pick in Cooper DeJean, cornerback out of Iowa. Somebody who most people thought would be going in the first round. Green Bay traded their pick to New Orleans. 41 overall, they traded to New Orleans. New Orleans selected Kool-Aid McKinstry, corner out of Alabama. Cornerback out of Alabama. Houston held the 42nd overall pick. They picked Kamari Lassiter, corner out of Georgia. Atlanta traded to Arizona. That was the pick swap. Arizona selected Max Melton, cornerback out of Rutgers. The Las Vegas Raiders held their pick at number 44 overall, selected Jackson Powers Johnson, center out of Oregon. Green Bay got New Orleans' 45th overall pick. They used that to select Jaron Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M. Indianapolis traded away the 46th pick to Carolina. Carolina selected Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas. The New York Giants held the 47th overall pick. They selected Tyler Nubin, safety out of Minnesota. 48th overall was Jacksonville's. They used that to select Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU. Cincinnati selected at number 49 overall Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. The Eagles traded away the 50th overall to Washington. They used that to select Mike Sainristil, a cornerback out of Michigan. And now Pat Freiermuth is out to announce the Steelers pick, tight end for the Steelers. And they're selecting Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, center out of West Virginia. So that means that the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Indianapolis Colts on the clock right now. Yesterday, the Colts selected Leatu Latu. They picked the first defensive player off the board. Addressed a need at edge. They picked a defensive end, but Leatu Latu could very easily play into that edge slot. PFF said that Zach Frazier has allowed 0 sacks on 328 pass block snaps in 2023, so that is big. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. And so that will put the Washington Commanders on the clock. Remember, the Eagles had to trade away that pick as well as a part of the pick swap. Yeah, I don't hate that pick for the Steelers, just because of the fact, I mean, they've got 2 quarterbacks that they need to put out, so they need to figure that part out. They need to make sure they're giving them plenty of time in the pocket. So I don't hate that pick for the Steelers. Pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. We're waiting on them. Zaire Franklin will announce the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. Zaire Franklin, 7th round pick by the Colts in 2018. Taking their jolly old time right now announcing this pick. Quinyon Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas. Best available player on the board, according to ESPN. And that will put the Washington Commanders on the clock. So the Commanders, they got a cornerback, they got a quarterback, they got a QB, and they got a CB. They still have some needs to address in the secondary, so they could wind up doing that there. This is the 53rd overall pick. Again, this second round moves a lot faster than the first round last night. It's we are an hour and a half into tonight, into the draft tonight, and we're most of the way through this second round here, and the third round's going to go just that much faster. Mitchell was a 2023 second team All Big 12. So big honors for him. Definitely, again, drop a like and subscribe. Really helps out. And then again, make sure that you drop a comment. Love to hear from you. How the draft is going. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking about? Especially about the Eagles. What are your thoughts about Cooper DeJean going to the Philadelphia Eagles? The pick is in for the Commanders, so that will put the Cleveland Browns on the clock. But again, this is a move I like. I like Cooper DeJean because it's kind of like getting a 2-for-1. Somebody who plays corner but also can get slotted back into that safety position. I see him doing that I see him doing that as well. So. So we're just hanging out here now, waiting on the Commanders pick. Commanders pick so far tonight. Again, it was Jerzon Newton, and then they had they picked Mike Saint Rustil. And then yesterday, they picked up Jaden Daniels with the number 2 overall. So they've been addressing some needs. And this particular draft, this is a solid set of picks for them. Again, regardless, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Every little bit of support is appreciated. Pick is in for the Commanders. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Cleveland Browns will be making their first selection of the draft. Bringing out Darryl Green again to make the announcement for the Commanders pick. Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State. So, solid pick for the Commanders there, getting some weapons for their new franchise quarterback in Jaden Daniels. So they've spent a lot of the second round doing that. Most of their picks. So now we've got the Cleveland Browns on the clock, and actually their pick is in already. I hit the button to move it, so there we go. All right, so the Browns pick is in. So that'll put the Miami Dolphins on the clock. But yep, this is the first appearance of the Cleveland Browns in this 2024 draft. Cleveland did not have a pick in the first round. Because they traded theirs. Their pick actually traded hands several times before Jacksonville got a hold of it. But yeah, Jacksonville had their pick would have been 23 overall. But Jacksonville got their pick, got Cleveland's pick through Houston and Minnesota. So it was a whole thing. So we welcome the Cleveland Browns into the 2024 NFL Draft. And they have selected. Their pick is being announced by Carl Nassib. They're also introducing Peggy Rashke, CEO of the Trevor Project. Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle out of Ohio State. So, solid. I'd say probably a solid pickup for them. They address a need. They needed a defensive tackle, and they got one. So that's solid for them there. So that does put the Miami Dolphins on the clock. So the next several picks, we've got Miami, then we've got Dallas, and we've got Tampa Bay, Green Bay again, and then Houston again. So that's where things stand. So a lot of these early picks actually were not picked by the by the main folks. Miami last round had Chop Robinson as their selection. So we are waiting to see what their pick is. They've got a little less than 3 minutes left before their pick is due. First lull we've had actually in a while. You got Mike McDaniels there in the draft room. Looks like they're pretty close to entering this pick here. And the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins have not won the AFC East since 2008. Again, last night they picked up Chop Robinson, linebacker out of Penn State. So, I recant what I said earlier about a Jaron Cooper being the first linebacker off the board, because Chop Robinson was that selection there. Miami's pick is being announced by Richmond Webb. Miami Dolphins legend. He was the 9th overall pick by the Dolphins in 1990. He played tackle for the team. We got Patrick Paul, tackle out of Houston. So, decent pickup for the Miami Dolphins, who had a need on the offensive line. They still have some other needs on the offensive line, but they are able to pick up on that front there. And so that does put the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So we can get some boos in the chat for the Dallas Cowboys. Drop those boos in the chat for the Dallas Cowboys. You're taking a look inside of the throne room at the Death Star. Cowboys have about 4 minutes left before their pick is due. So again, we've got a little bit of a lull here. Doesn't happen often. Jerry Jones, may he live forever. Because as long as he does, the Cowboys will be completely inept. They're the first team in the NFL history with 12 wins in 3 straight seasons without ever appearing in the NFC Championship. They have not reached the NFC Championship game since 1995. So, take that. They get about 3.5 minutes before their pick is due. Excuse me here. Sorry about that. Their pick is... but they have, again, they're playing in a very competitive division here. So, what do they need? They need wide receiver, they need defensive tackle, they need running back, and they need center. At least this is according to ESPN. And they do need running back because Tony Pollard, who was their running back guy, is no longer with the team. So it's just a matter of where the Cowboys decide to pick. I think they should go quarterback. I mean, they're going all in, aren't they? So. Cowboys have hit the 2-minute warning. Cowboys really pushing the time limit here. It's the longest lull we've had this round in terms of pick availability. Again, please feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you're new here. Trying to get you as much Eagles and NFL content as possible. We're inside of a minute before the Cowboys pick is due. Cowboys using every available second, it looks like. And it looks like their pick is in. So the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. So that will put the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. We will wait to see who comes out for them. We'll wait to see who they pick. Chad Hennings is going to announce the pick for the Dallas Cowboys. He's coming out with some folks. They did a wheelchair veterans all-star game. That's so he's out there with the son Chase and with a few other folks. Marshawn Nealand, edge rusher out of Western Michigan. Okay. Interesting choice for them. That puts the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. But yeah, interesting choice for the Dallas Cowboys there. It's pretty athletic back there. And the pick is in for the Buccaneers. So that's where we're at. That's where we're sitting at right now. So the pick is in for the Buccaneers. So next up on the clock is Green Bay. So, yeah, next picks, Green Bay. Then we got Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City. Will round out the second round. And then we move into the third round. So, pick is in for the Buccaneers. We're just waiting on that pick to be announced. Right now, NFL Network's in a commercial, so they're obviously not going to announce it while they're in commercial here. Quick recap so far. Buffalo opened up the draft tonight with Keon Coleman, New England wide receiver. New England traded the pick to Los Angeles Chargers. They got Ladd McConkey, wide receiver. Atlanta traded with Arizona, so Arizona traded away the third pick of the night. Rook Orhoro, defensive tackle out of Clemson, went to the Falcons. Washington selected Jerzan Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois, with the fourth pick of the second round. Fifth pick of the second round was traded to the New England Patriots by the LA Chargers. Jalen Polk, wide receiver out of Washington. Tennessee Titans selected Tavondre Sweat with the sixth pick of the draft of the second round. Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle out of Texas. The LA Rams traded with the Carolina Panthers, so the LA Rams got the 39th overall pick. Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State, was the selection there. The Eagles traded with the Commanders. The Eagles and Commanders swapped a whole bunch of picks. The Eagles selected Cooper DeJean, cornerback out of Iowa. Green Bay traded back. They traded with the New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints got Kool-Aid McKinstry with the 41st overall, 9th pick of the second round, cornerback out of Alabama. 42nd overall pick was Houston's. That went to Kamari Lassiter, was the selection. He's a cornerback out of Georgia. Arizona traded with Atlanta. Max Melton was selected with the Arizona's 43rd overall. He's a cornerback out of Rutgers. Las Vegas Raiders selected Jackson Powers Johnson with the 44th overall pick, center out of Oregon. Green Bay held the 45th overall pick. They selected Jaron Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M. Indianapolis traded with Carolina, so Carolina got the 46th overall pick. Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas. New York Giants had the 47th overall pick. They selected Tyler Nubin, safety out of Minnesota. Jacksonville held the 48th overall pick. Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU. Cincinnati selected Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. The Commanders, with the Eagles' 50th overall, selected Mike Sainristil, cornerback out of Michigan. Pittsburgh selected, with the 51st overall, Zach Frazier, center out of West Virginia. The LA Rams traded to Carolina, who traded to Indianapolis. The Indianapolis Colts selected Quinyon Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas. The Commanders selected at 53 overall. They selected Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State. Cleveland Browns selected Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Miami selected Patrick Paul, tackle out of Houston. Dallas selected Marshawn Nealand, edge out of Western Michigan. And we've got Chris Braswell on to announce Chris Braswell, edge rusher out of Alabama, who was just selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So there is your rundown. So, some solid picks. A lot of defense, especially that run on corners right in the beginning of the round there. Green Bay Packers pick is in. So, the Packers pick is in, so that's going to put Houston back on the clock. So we are just now waiting on what that pick is going to be. Third round picks, I believe, are announced by Troy Vincent, but they're going to bring back they're going to bring back Brian Bulaga to make the announcement of the second pick by the Packers tonight. Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. So, again, I would say probably one of the bigger surprises is the Eagles actually making some sensible picks where it makes sense for the Eagles to not be drafting a player out of Georgia. Last season, the Eagles kind of got a reputation for being the Philadelphia Bulldogs. This season, not so much, it looks like. Pick is in for the Houston Texans. Packers front office is celebrating right now. Eagles will face off against the Packers in the season first international game, which is the first weekend of the year for the Eagles. So it's the season opener. Technically, it's a home game, but the Eagles and the Packers will face off in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The pick is in, and the Houston Texans are going to have that pick announced. Again, that's going to be by Christian Harris, linebacker, drafted by the Texans in 2022. So they select tackle Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. So there we go on that front there, and the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. So we're just kind of now waiting on that pick from the Bills to come in. Blake Fisher started 26 games at right tackle, 1 game at left tackle in his career. So he does have a little bit of experience, but he'll probably slot in on that right tackle position, or the one side of the line there, left tackle. Pick is in for the Bills. So that will put the Detroit Lions on the clock. And again, the Detroit Lions have been in the national spotlight for a while these last several months. It's kind of their season, living in the shadow of Green Bay and especially of Aaron Rodgers. And then they had an opportunity, and the Detroit Lions actually did capitalize on that and win the NFC North for the first time. They hosted a playoff game for the first time at Ford Field. And they won a playoff game. So they've this season was a big success for the Detroit Lions. So the Lions are on the clock right now. So but they're also the host of the draft, and I can't think of a better season to host the draft for than the season that follows the performance that they put on. So they earned every moment of the spotlight that they're in. We're just hanging out here again. Appreciate you all stopping by. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. Drop some comments. Again, I'd love to hear from you, what your thoughts are about this this draft. How are you feeling? What are you thinking? What are you expecting out of the third round? Even the remainder of the second round. Bills have won the AFC East in 4 straight seasons. It's the first time since 1988 to 91. Again, the Bills' pick is being announced by Aaron Williams, defensive back for them. Cole Bishop, safety out of Utah. All right. So that puts the Detroit Lions on the clock. At this point, again, the Lions pick is probably in at this point. And the pick is in for the Lions. So it's going to put the Baltimore Ravens on the clock here. The Lions pick is being announced by Barry Sanders. Calvin Johnson is also there too, so we might see both. Barry Sanders, again, Hall of Famer, class of 2004. And the accompaniment here is the mayor of Detroit, Mike Duggan. So Detroit, again, hosting the NFL draft for the first time. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., so another corner comes off the board, going now to the Detroit Lions. Cornerback out of Missouri. Again, somebody I thought probably could have been a good target for the Eagles, especially if more corners had gone in the first round. But they did not. The Eagles were able to get a couple of solid players, 2 of the best players in that position. And again, DeJean probably able to flex into a safety role too. So we'll see how that pans out. But Ennis Rakestraw, really solid player, really athletic player. Somebody who I thought, honestly, probably should have been going a little bit earlier in the second round. Probably mid-second round. But alas, That's not how that panned out, and Rakestraw gets the 61st overall pick. He's going to join Terrion Arnold, so the Lions taking the Eagles strategy here a little bit and yoinking up a couple of corners here. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and their pick actually just arrived. So the Ravens pick is in. After that, we've got just 2 more picks in this second round here. So we've got the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs remain. Baltimore Ravens pick is being announced by Haloti Ngata. He was picked in 2006 by the Ravens, defensive tackle. Roger Rosengarten, tackle out of Washington. So he's a solid player. Looks like based off of the feedback that's on 6'5", 308 pounds. And we have a trade alert. So the Chiefs and the 49ers have traded spots. So the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. Zero sacks allowed on over 1,100 pass block snaps in his career. But yeah, the big thing right now, trade. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock, and the pick is in for the Chiefs. So the Chiefs move up 1 slot. They trade with the San Francisco 49ers. So the 49ers are going to round out the second round here. So here's the compensation. So the Chiefs get the 63rd overall pick, and they get a 6th round pick. The 49ers get the 64th overall pick, and they get a 5th round pick. So the 5th rounder is 173. The 6th round that's going to the Chiefs is 211. So there's your update. That's what's going on. That's the trade compensation. So Kansas City Chiefs... big question is, who are they going to pick? They have some needs, certainly. Their Achilles heel was wide receiver. They drafted a wide receiver yesterday. They have a few other needs they could address. But they have Jamal Charles coming out to announce their pick. Third round pick by the Chiefs in 2008, running back. Kingsley Suamatia. Kingsley Suamatia, tackle out of BYU. So offensive tackle, again, huge pickup for them. Another player who was under discussion in round 1. Again, that's going to put the San Francisco 49ers on the clock here. It's allowed just 2 sacks on more than 700 pass block snaps. So that's big. All right. So the 49ers are on the clock. We've got a couple minutes left, it looks like. We hit a commercial, so that's where things are standing right now. This is the last pick of the second round. We will move into the third round of the draft. In the third round, and then if you tune in to one of the major broadcasts tomorrow, 4, 5, 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 5 picks between each round. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. So in the third round, it's 5 minutes between. So picks are going to come in even faster. Even faster than they have been. And they've been coming in pretty quickly tonight. So night one's always the longest night just because there's a lot more lull. There's a lot more pomp and circumstance. And then kind of powering through here. So again, there are going to be so the Carolina Panthers will open us up in the third round. We will have a standard slate of I apologize. We will not have a standard slate of 32 picks. We will have 31 regular picks in the third round. Miami forfeited their choice. It would have been the 86th overall, the 22nd pick of the third round. But Miami forfeited that choice as a punishment for certain things, probably having to do with gambling or tampering. I forget exactly what. And then some compensatory picks will occur at the end of the third round. So we'll have 31 picks plus 5 more. So 36 total in the third round. Next time we're going to go live probably will be the schedule release. I'll try to do something surrounding that. We'll talk schedules. Got some ideas planned for that. But that'll happen in a couple weeks probably once the schedule finally gets worked out and approved. And then then we move into then we start seeing some of those practices. So the pick is in now, so we're just waiting on that announcement to come in. And the 49ers pick is going to be announced by Spice Adams. And we have a trade alert, folks, too, because the Jets are now on the clock. Renardo Green, cornerback out of Florida State, is the final pick of the second round. And with that, the second round comes to a close, and we move into the third round. Again, as I indicated, we do have a trade. The New York Jets traded with the Carolina Panthers. So the Jets move up 7 spots to the number 1 pick of the third round, 65 overall. Waiting on compensation, what the compensation is for that. Not a ton of third round picks have moved. But yeah, the big thing, the trade. So the Jets traded up to that 65th spot, 65 overall. Just a couple of minutes left here. Their pick is in. So again, things are going to move a lot faster in this round. 5 minutes between picks. So we'll start to see picks even pick up even that much faster. So doing some representatives from the armed forces. Commissioner Goodell coming out to thank the members of the armed forces who are on stage. Playing Lee Greenwood. Pick is in for the New York Jets. We're just kind of waiting on that pick to be announced. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Please feel free to drop a like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media. Really helps the channel out. Kind of in a little bit of a lull right now. After they did the little ceremonial there. Now they're coming out, getting ready to announce the Jets pick. Braylon Edwards out there to announce the pick of the New York Jets. The Jets are going to get Malachi Corley. Western Kentucky wide receiver, to start things off. All right. So the Jets get a wide receiver. Another one of their needs. That puts the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Cardinals have some needs on the line. They need a defensive tackle. They need an offensive guard. They have some needs on the line. So we'll see where they decide to pick. But the Jets got a weapon for Aaron Rodgers. And the Cardinals pick is in now too. So again, things are moving a lot quicker today or in this round here. So out comes Leonard Davis, offensive lineman, second overall pick by the Cardinals in 2001. Trey Benson's. They get another running back. Running back out of Florida State. The second running back taken in this draft. After the first running back taken was Jonathan Brooks, taken by the Carolina Panthers with the 46th overall pick. Seeing him do some running around on the field. Definitely looks like he's a good double threat there, at least in terms of running and receiving. So the Cardinals get a good guy. 900 plus rushing yards in each of his last two collegiate seasons. The big challenge, though, of course, is how do these players make the transition to the NFL? It's always the big question. And it's always important trying to figure out what kind of tips and tricks they can do. Pick is in for the Commanders. So the next several picks, just by way of a heads up. So the Commanders pick is in. So we got the New England Patriots, the Los Angeles Chargers, the New York Giants, the Arizona Cardinals, and then we get the Carolina Panthers. Carolina Panthers, of course, trading back with the New York Jets. So, Troy Vincent, Executive Vice President of NFL Football Operations and former Philadelphia Eagle, out to announce the pick. Brandon Coleman, he's announced as a tackle, but he's listed as a guard out of TCU. And that does address a need for the Commanders on the offensive line. Which was incredibly porous last season. So that also puts the New England Patriots on the clock. And their pick has arrived. Again, stuff's moving much faster now. They're going to commercial. Okay, so we got the Patriots on. Then we've got the once the Patriots pick is announced, so then we've got the Chargers, we've got the Giants, we've got Arizona, and then we've got the New York Jets. And then we'll have the Dallas Cowboys coming on there as well. So that's where things stand right now. So, what do I want to see the Eagles do with this third round pick? Well, because the Eagles have a third round pick, I would love to see that again. I would be really happy if the Eagles use this pick on the defense. There are still a bunch of solid defensive players available. Junior Colson is a solid linebacker that could be used. Or that could be gotten. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is somebody who has been on Eagles fans' mouths for literal months as the draft has approached. There are a number of folks that they could grab there on that front, but I would love to see them address the secondary with this. They could also, I would be comfortable with them going offensive line. Going with either a tackle or a guard or somebody who could do both. You got folks like Christian Jones who could fill that role. Tackle out of Texas. On the guard end, you got Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe, Zach Zentner. We know how much Howie Roseman values the offensive line, so it would be a little bit of an anomaly for him if the Eagles didn't take an offensive lineman in one of these first picks here. Yeah, the pick is in for the Patriots, so we're waiting on that pick announcement. Patriots got Drake May with the number 3 overall, and then they got Then they got Jalen Polk, so they got a weapon for Drake May. So we'll see what they decide to do with this particular pick. Patriots have needs on the line. Tackle, guard. They also have a needed safety. So we'll see what they decide to do. The Patriots did not have a wide receiver with more than 600 receiving yards last season. I think they rectified that by getting a wide receiver with their second round pick. Troy Vincent on to announce the pick for the New England Patriots. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I know these draft nights are late nights, so I appreciate y'all hanging out one way or the other. Please feel free to like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out. Bringing out some representatives from the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. And certainly we're hoping for peace out in the Middle East too. Caden Wallace, tackle out of Penn State. So another Penn State grad comes off the board, and that puts the LA Chargers on the clock. Caden Wallace, 6'4", 314 pounds. But yeah, he's got a. They're showing some blocking highlights, and he's got some good awareness there. So. The pick is in for the Chargers. Kind of not surprised on how quickly that came in because they spent a lot of time getting ready to announce that. Yeah, so the Patriots, they grab their quarterback, they grab a weapon for their quarterback, and they grab somebody that can help protect their quarterback. So it's all focused on making sure that they're a little bit more steady there. They've got Rolf Benerschke coming out again, former Chargers kicker back when they were in San Diego. The 69th overall pick. Junior Colson, linebacker out of Michigan. So Junior Colson comes off the board. somebody I also would not have minded going to the Eagles. Junior Colson comes off the board, and now the New York Giants are on the clock. So, again, I was looking at him as we were looking at the Eagles picks, and as I was having my conversations with some of the NFL draft insiders who are going to know more about this than I ever will. Again, a lot of athleticism from somebody like him. 257 tackles in his career. That's, again, he's somebody who can tackle. And that is huge for these guys. But that is Jim Harbaugh's first Michigan man after the Chargers made their selections so far this draft. So we got the Giants on the clock now, approaching 3 minutes. They've got a few, again, they've got some needs that they could address, mostly on the offensive line, but they have they have a need at corner, and they have a need at quarterback, because, again, I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be their guy long term. The pick is in for the Giants. So that'll put, actually, Arizona back on the clock. Arizona got a pick from Tennessee, thanks to some trading around, so out comes Tiki Barber once again. Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. He's a cornerback, so he comes off the board, and that puts the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. So we've got that going on. You can see, I mean, he's got plenty of highlights. Showing a video of him leaping over a car, leaping over like a Nissan Sentra. And landing, he lands on both of his feet. He needs his hand to stabilize himself, but that's impressive. That's impressive. Pick is in for the Cardinals. So that will put the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Panthers, of course, trading with the New York Jets earlier today. But first we got to figure out who the Cardinals are taking. Troy Vincent on to announce that pick. You get Isaiah Adams, a guard out of Illinois. All right. I don't hate that. That's a good pick for them. Guard out of Illinois. That puts the Carolina Panthers on the clock here. So we're just moving things through here. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media. It really helps the channel out. And the pick is in for the Panthers. Again, these picks in the third round, they move a lot faster. Because you have you have just 5 minutes between picks. So we've got the Panthers pick in. So the next picks after them, so we got Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, Denver, Las Vegas, and then Philadelphia. So the Eagles, not super far away. They've got another pick tonight. So yep, the Carolina Panthers here. What do we think the Eagles are going to do with that last pick that they've got today, barring anything crazy? What I'm doing right now, I'm taking a look. I've got again, in terms of best available, I would say the Eagles did a really good job of addressing some of the biggest needs in the secondary. They got, again, Quinyon Mitchell and then Cooper DeJean. So the Eagles were going secondary for their first couple of picks. And in a special way, they were going corner. I'd love to see both of those corners pan out. We need some safety help. And Cooper DeJean can also be somebody who slots into the safety role. Then you have... but then you've got... We can do a couple of things. We've got some linebackers. Peyton Wilson's a guy that could go. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. might be reaching a little bit for them. Certainly, it's a better pick for him there than it is in the second round. But he could be hanging out until the third. And then again, you could also be thinking offensive line. Because you can never count out an offensive line pick if you're dealing with Howie Roseman, just because of how much he likes to start from the lines and work out. We saw that with Jalen Carter moving to Nolan Smith. We see that a lot just in general, and certainly with the Eagles having some major guys on the lines retire over the course of this year, with Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox both retiring. Both have long, storied tenures with the Philadelphia Eagles. Both could be both are very hard shoes to fill. And while, yes, we've got Cam Jurgens filling the role at center, that creates some opportunity for some depth to be added on the line. Pick is in for the Panthers, so we are waiting on that pick to be announced. Dallas Cowboys are next. Again, please feel free to like and subscribe to Bird's Nest Media if this is your first time here. Try to bring you as much Eagles and NFL content as possible. Got some ideas for some stuff happening as we move into the deep off season. But I would love to hear from you as well, too. Love to have you along for the ride, so make sure that you do that. Panthers have had just one winning season since losing Super Bowl 50 in 2015. So Super Bowl 50 was a really bad Super Bowl for everybody involved. The Denver Broncos haven't made the playoffs since, and the Panthers have only had one winning season. That was a bad Super Bowl hangover. Trevin Wallace, linebacker out of Kentucky, selected by the Panthers. So that puts the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So that's where we're at. That's where things stand. And the pick is already in for the Cowboys again. Pick's moving quickly here. So the pick is in for the Cowboys out of the Evil Empire. Celebrating something. Dawn Aponte is the Chief Football Administration Officer. She's doing announcing for the pick announcement for the Cowboys. Cooper Beebe, guard out of Kansas State. So, Cowboys go and get some help on the line. And now we've got the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. And the pick is in already for the Falcons. Again, pick's moving relatively quickly here, folks. So the pick is in for the Falcons, so we're waiting to hear on what that pick is. Chicago is on the clock. Chicago has just 4 picks in this draft. 2 of them were in the first round. So they have they have the fewest number of picks of the draft, but they did a good enough job in the first round where I think they're doing pretty well. Atlanta Falcons. Made the questionable pick of Michael Penix Jr., a quarterback, with their first round pick. They select Braylon Trice, an edge rusher out of Washington. So, decent enough pickup for them, I would say. He was a third-team AP All-American in 2023. Uh, 79 QB pressures in 2023. He led the FBS in that statistic. So, pretty good pickup for them. Somebody that I honestly I would have expected them to address in the first round. But alas, no. Chicago Bears are on the clock right now. Chicago Bears making their third of 4 picks. We'll see what that pick winds up becoming. 75th pick of the of this draft. 75th overall. That's the 11th of this third round here. We're just hanging out right now. Again, I appreciate you all stopping by. If this is your first time here, please feel free to like and subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. pick is in for the Bears. So the pick is in. We will see what that pick winds up becoming. Bears have needs on the line. They need offensive and defensive tackles as well as an edge rusher. They've only got one more pick after this, so unless they do some trading around, and particularly trading back, they'll be their draft is almost over. But the Eagles are almost up, so the Denver Broncos are up next. So the Denver Broncos are up next. Then you've got the Las Vegas Raiders, and then you've got the Eagles on the clock. So we're just hanging out again. Just waiting on this pick to come in. This pick to be announced for the Chicago Bears. We're on a commercial break right now, so. Yeah, so the Bears got their preferred players. In the first round, they got their Caleb Williams, and then they got Rome Odunze. So those were their previous picks. Now we've got Chicago Bears. Third pick of this draft being announced, and that is being announced by Charles Tillman, former cornerback for the Bears, picked in 2003 in the second round. Quinyon Mitchell. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. I've faintly heard it. But yeah, he's a tackle out of Yale. So they got some help on the line. They needed some help on the line, and they got it. Denver Broncos on the clock now. And the pick is in for the Broncos. So we will see what that is up then. Again, so the Broncos picking now. Once their pick comes in, or once their pick is announced, then you have the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock, and then the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. So it's all a matter of what is happening next. What are what is up? What's going to be done? And they're doing the gritty out onto the stage. Tony Scheffler is announcing the pick for the Broncos. Tight end picked by the Broncos in the second round in 2006. Drawing this out a lot. Jonah Ellis, edge out of Utah. All right. So Denver Broncos get an edge rusher. They get some defensive help. And that puts the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. So we are just one pick away from the Eagles being back on the clock. So we're just waiting on what that pick, or what the Vegas Raiders are going to do here. Not fully opposed to this pick by the Broncos, because they had a need there. They had a need at edge, and they got an edge. They had a need at quarterback, and they got a quarterback. It looks like there's been a trade. There's a trade alert, folks. We have a trade alert. The Houston Texans have traded with the Philadelphia Eagles. So Houston is actually on the clock. Pick is in for the Raiders. They got Delmar Glaze, tackle out of Maryland. Yep, so we have a trade alert now, folks. So the Eagles trade back. They trade with the Houston Texans, so they're going to jump back a bunch of slots here. They're actually going to get the 86 overall, which was the pick that they originally held, but they traded that to Houston last year. So yeah, so Eagles making moves. Eagles move back. But yeah, that's the situation there, the trade. We are waiting on that pick to arrive. And the pick is actually in. So the Texans pick will be announced after the commercial break. But that puts the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. So that's where things stand right now here, folks. Yeah. Drop a comment. I'd love to hear from you. I'd like to hear your thoughts. What are you thinking about this draft? If you're new here, please feel free to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. So here's where things stand right now. So, we're gonna revisit something here. So the Eagles got so the Eagles traded with the Saints a couple of seasons ago. So as a result of the trade, what wound up happening was the Eagles got a bunch of draft picks. The Eagles got A.J. Brown out of that. They got Jalen Carter. They got Cooper DeJean. And they got Kyron Johnson. The Saints got Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. So it's a bizarre... it was a bizarre pick, bizarre trade from 2 years ago. That pick is now final. Or that trade is now finalized. So... Cooper DeJean apparently told the media that the Philly was a place that he wanted to be. He had a great visit during the draft process, great coaches, great team, great organization, something that you dream of. All right, so Texans selection is being announced now. You got Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. So that puts the Falcons on the clock, although the Falcons pick is probably in. But yeah, so the trade with the Saints is now finalized, and I think it's fair to say that the Eagles won that trade. The Indianapolis Colts have traded with the Atlanta Falcons, so we got another trade alert, folks. But yeah, Indianapolis Colts have traded with the Atlanta Falcons, and the pick is in for them. We got another pick being announced here. And that'll put the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. And I apologize. This actually came from the Arizona Cardinals. The Indianapolis Colts select Macklin Calvis, tackle out of Pittsburgh. So that puts the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. I'm sorry. I think we still got to wait for the Cincinnati Bengals. Let me double check here. Yeah, Cincinnati Bengals. I apologize. The pick is in for the Bengals, though, at least. Bengals pick is being announced by TJ Houshmandzadeh. It is the 80th overall. Jermaine Burton, wide receiver out of Alabama. So that moves the Seattle Seahawks to the clock here. All right, so the pick is now in for the Seahawks. So the Seahawks pick will be announced live momentarily. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. If this is your first time here, please feel free to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. Trying to get you some awesome NFL content, especially as we start to see the roster finalized. All the pieces are starting to come together for the teams here. Showing highlights of the major players being selected and the celebrations. Seattle Seahawks moved on from Pete Carroll as their head coach. They hired Mike McDonald. Now they are out with their selection incoming. Seattle's pick is being announced by Tyler Lockett, wide receiver drafted by the Seahawks in 2015. He's out there with the Emerald Ridge flag football team. Flag football is a very important sport. We mentioned this yesterday. It's actually 4 years from now, it's going to be an Olympic sport when the Olympics are hosted in Los Angeles. But the Seahawks select Christian Haynes, guard out of UConn. And that puts the Arizona Cardinals on the clock officially here. So the Arizona Cardinals traded back with the Indianapolis Colts. So that's where that pick came from. So the Atlanta Falcons sent the 79th overall to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals sent that pick then to the Indianapolis Colts for some compensation. And the Cardinals now have the pick. So the pick is in for the Cardinals. We are just plowing along here. Next up on the list is the LA Rams. They are on the clock. And the Cardinals select tight end Tip Ryman out of Illinois. So big pickup for them. Big pickup for the Cardinals. Although I will say I'm not necessarily sure about this one. Certainly, I mean they looks like a good player, relatively athletic player. It's just one of those questions where does he really meet the need that the Cardinals have? One might argue the Cardinals have more pressing needs. Pick is in for the LA Rams. So here's where things stand for the remainder of, or basically from now until the Eagles pick again. And the pick is in for the Rams here. So the Rams pick is in. Then we've got Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and then the Eagles. The Miami Dolphins would have been slotted in there with the 22nd pick of the third round. However, they forfeited that choice as a penalty. It was either for it was for something, but they forfeited that pick. Rams pick is being announced by Isaac Bruce, Hall of Fame class of 2020. Rams get another running back. Looks like they're going Blake Corum, running back out of Michigan, with the 83rd overall. So Blake Corum, running back out of Michigan. He is a two-time Big Ten running back of the year. 5'7", 205. So he's a short guy. Third team AP All-American this year. He's definitely agile based off of the highlights. Looks like he's a guy who could make you miss. So that's where things stand on that front there. Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Drop a comment in the chat. Love to hear from you. Love to hear your thoughts about this draft. Got Blake Corum there again. Yeah, running back out of Michigan. And the Rams are celebrating the pick. The pick is in for the Steelers. So the pick is in for the Steelers. Then we've got the Cleveland Browns making their second pick of this draft. And then the Eagles will be on the clock after the Cleveland Browns. So just one more team now separates the Eagles from the clock. Roman Wilson, wide receiver out of Michigan. All right, so solid pickup for the Steelers. They had a need. They had a need at wide receiver, and they got a wide receiver there. So that puts the Cleveland Browns on the clock. That was an impressive catch. They were showing some highlights on NFL Network. That was an impressive catch. So it looks like the pick is in now for the Cleveland Browns because the Eagles are on the clock. So the Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. So we're gonna see what what the Cleveland Browns decide, and then we're gonna see what the Eagles pick. Miami forfeited their choice, so Miami will not pick in this round. So that's the big thing there. The Eagles traded back a little bit. So the Eagles traded back with the Washington Commanders earlier. So the Eagles traded up, and then they also simultaneously traded back with the Commanders. So that's how the Eagles got into the third round, because the Eagles did not have a pick in the third round going into this draft. Then the Eagles traded with the Houston Texans. The Eagles traded the 78th pick overall to the Houston Texans. In exchange, they got back the pick that was originally theirs, the 86 overall, 23rd pick of the third round. So that's how we landed at this particular spot. Who do we think the Eagles are going to pick? Drop a comment in the chat. Love to hear from you. Me, I think they're going O-line. I would love it if they went defense, but I have a gut feeling that they're going O-line with this pick. But yeah, I'm taking a look here now. Some of the players that are available. Eagles could go linebacker if they wanted to. There are still a number of solid linebackers out there. I know Eagles fans have had their eyes on Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And I've asked about that. Many of the draft experts had him going as a solid day 3. I haven't seen him going at all before the late third round, which is right about where we're at actually at this point. 86 overall is late third round. It's in the back half, definitely in the back half of it. Okay, so the Browns pick is in. So that pick is about to be announced. That's where we're at right now here, folks. All right, here comes the selection for the Cleveland Browns. Carl Nassib, third round pick by the Browns, making the announcement. They got Zach Zintner, guard out of Michigan. So, guard out of Michigan, Zach Zintner. I would say that's probably a good pickup for them. And the Eagles have traded again. Eagles trading back now. They've traded with the San Francisco 49ers. So we have another trade alert, folks. So the Eagles going back. The Eagles getting getting more draft compensation. It looks like. Um, the Eagles traded back, so the San Francisco 49ers now have the 86th overall pick. Eagles going back to 94. So the pick is in now for the San Francisco 49ers. Again, big. I mean, you can't count Howie out when it comes to moving around the board. The Eagles selecting at number 22 overall, which was their assigned pick, is an anomaly. We got Anthony Spice Adams announcing the pick for the 49ers. Dominic Pooney, tackle out of Kansas. So, 49ers getting some help on the line, some extra protection for Brock Purdy. And they do address a need with that pick. So, solid pick there for them. And that will put the Dallas Cowboys back on the clock. So here's where we're at now for the round. So round 3, we've got Dallas, we got Green Bay, we got Tampa Bay, we got Arizona, we got Green Bay again, Tampa Bay, Baltimore, Eagles, and then Buffalo. The pick is in for the Cowboys. So the pick is in for the Cowboys out of the evil Jerry Empire. So we will see what that pick is. Drop some boos in the chat for the Cowboys. Coming close to the end of the third round here, folks. We've got just a few more regular picks. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 regular picks remaining. That includes the pick by the Cowboys that we're waiting on being announced. Then we have 5 compensatory picks that are going to close out the third round. So those rounds, those compensatory picks. Those come from free agent departures. Those come from, or basically they come from notable free agent departures or other potential roster changes where the Eagles get, or where any team really for that matter, based off of a proprietary formula that the NFL hasn't really shared with. Some people have a general sense of what the comp picks are, but the NFL doesn't announce what the actual formula is, but they utilize everything and they try to award comp picks to teams that lose particularly notable free agents. Javon Hargrave would be an example for the Eagles that where you got some comp picks. The Eagles got I believe Javon Hargrave is the reason why the Eagles owned a comp pick that wound up getting traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So here's where we're at. We're waiting on the Cowboys selection. We've been going for almost 4 hours. We will be live as long as the draft is live. Cowboys picks so far in this draft. Cowboys got Tyler Guyton, tackle out of Oklahoma. They got Marshawn Kneeland, edge rusher out of Western Michigan. And then they got Cooper Beebe, guard out of Kansas State. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Chad Hennings out there with his son, Chase Hennings. Paraplegic. Former member of the military. They got Marist Lufau. Linebacker out of Notre Dame. This linebacker pick definitely confuses me. I mean, I'm happy because it's the Cowboys. But Cowboys didn't really have a need at linebacker per se. And then coming into the draft, I mean, they all could benefit, but you had they didn't really have the need, and also Marist Lufau is not exactly the player I would have expected going before some of the other potentially better linebackers. Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. So we are now waiting on what that pick is going to be. We get Marshawn Lloyd, a running back out of USC. So that's the pick for them. There hasn't been a big collapse of running backs on the board. A little surprised by that. Tampa Bay is on the clock right now. Usually once one team makes a run on, or one team drafts a running back, there's a huge run on them. And I haven't seen that happen yet. We've seen a couple running backs go. They've been spotty. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. But it's another backfield weapon for the Green Bay Packers and for Jordan Love. So Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. Gonna make that announcement. They got Tyke Smith, a safety out of Georgia. So he'll be somebody that can compete that can compete for some snaps to start. So they didn't have a pressing need. The Buccaneers didn't have a pressing need, so to speak, at safety. It looks like, but they did. They went ahead and they tried to address one. So tried to add some depth there. And definitely, as you get later in the rounds, the strategy changes. Certainly, you players that are being drafted in the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, especially the seventh rounds, you're not expecting them to come in and start immediately. Pick is in for the Cardinals. So it's going to put Green Bay back on the clock. So we're rapid firing here. Elijah Jones, cornerback out of Boston College. So Elijah Jones going to the Arizona Cardinals, and now the Green Bay Packers are back on the clock here. Jones is a 2023 first team All ACC. Comes out of the smaller schools, so but yeah, he led the team with 5 interceptions in 2023, which was tied for the most in the ACC. So we got the Packers now, and the Packers pick is in. So again, here's where we're coming down to the end here, folks, of the second day, the third round here. So here's where things stand. So the Packers, then we've got Tampa Bay on the clock again. Then we've got Baltimore, then we've got the Eagles, and then we've got Buffalo closing things out. So we've got a commercial going on right now, so the Packers pick will be announced after the commercial. Definitely feel free to drop a like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out. So we're at 91 overall here. Pointing out right now that linebacker Mike Vrabel for New England was drafted in 1997 at 91 overall. He was a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Once the Green Bay pick is announced, we got Tampa Bay on the clock right now. Then we've got Baltimore, Baltimore, then the Eagles will pick. Then we've got Buffalo. And then we're moving to the comp picks. So the comp picks are Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, which got theirs in a trade from the Eagles, the Los Angeles Rams, and then Washington, which got theirs in a trade from San Francisco. So Green Bay will be hosting the 2025 NFL Draft, and that's going to be a big boon for the city of Green Bay. Green Bay has not won the division since 2021. And honestly, the last season, I mean, with the Packers, was looking to be a rebuild year, but instead they made the playoffs as a wild card team. And they've gotten some weapons for Jordan Love over the course of this draft. And some protection for him, too. Packers got Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. So they get a linebacker. And that will put the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock, although I believe I saw that their pick is already in. So, pick is in for the Buccaneers. Yep. Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in, so that pick will be announced momentarily. Love to hear from you, what your thoughts are about this draft. Definitely drop a comment. Would love to hear from you. .92 overall here. Buccaneers are going to get Jalen McMillan, wide receiver. Wide receiver out of Washington. So that puts the Baltimore Ravens on the clock, although I believe they don't have a ton of time left, so their pick's probably in. It does address a need for the Buccaneers at wide receiver. So we're just waiting on the Ravens pick, and then the Eagles are going to make a selection, most likely. As long as they don't trade back again. Who do we think the Eagles are going to pick at 94 overall? Pick is in for the Ravens. So things are moving pretty quickly now. Pick is in for the Ravens, so we got the Ravens pick. Then we got the Eagles on the clock right now. Then we got the Bills. Then we got the Jaguars. Jaguars start the comp picks for the third round. So it's Jaguar. So to close things out, so we've got the so Baltimore on now. As soon as we come back, as soon as NFL Network comes back from commercial, they'll announce that pick. Then it's the Eagles at 94 overall. Then it's Buffalo, which got their pick from Kansas City. Then it is Jacksonville with a compensatory pick. Then Cincinnati with a comp pick. Then Pittsburgh, which got the comp pick that the Eagles were awarded. Then it was the LA Rams. And then it was the Commanders, which got their comp pick from San Francisco. So that'll bring us to pick number 100 overall. And that pick 100 overall will round out the second round, or the second night of the NFL draft. So we're just hanging out right now. Again, I appreciate you stopping by. If this is your first time here, please feel free to like and subscribe because it really helps the channel. The NFL Network's doing this notable player selected at a particular spot for commercial breaks. They reached really far into the back pocket for this one. 1969 was where they went for Charlie Joyner, selected for the Houston Oilers. Became a member of the 1996 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. So that's that. So we're just hanging out here right now. This is the last few minutes, last few picks of the night. The next time that we go live will probably be in or around schedule release. So around that time, we'll probably anticipate another live stream. We will not do tomorrow. That's going to be too long of a day. So the pick is in for the Ravens. And I thought I saw a note here that the pick is in for the Eagles too. So Ravens selection being announced by Haloti Ngata. #12th overall pick by the Ravens in 2006, defensive tackle. Out there with some kids. They got Adisa Isaac, edge rusher out of Penn State. And that does put the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. Now, I think I saw the pick is already in for the Eagles. Because I thought I saw the Ravens were on the clock right now, actually. I'll double check that. The Eagles got a couple of corners. one of which could slot into a safety position. And the pick is, in fact, in for the Eagles. So the pick's in for the Eagles, and they're showing the Seattle Seahawks flag football team. The Emerald, whatever. That's a solid production choice. That's exactly what I would have picked. I see how it's mistaken because Kelly Green is a similar shade, but no. You can easily tell by the Seahawks hats. All right, so pick is going to be announced here. Brandon Graham, I guess, had to go home. Jalix Hunt. They get an edge rusher out of Houston Christian. So that was not expected. That was not who I was expecting the Eagles were going to take there. I did not see an edge rusher being taken really at all for that matter. But I guess it was necessitated by the departure of Hassan Reddick. You get somebody like Josh Sweat in there too to help out, but getting somebody in the third round really helpful there, I guess. And you've got Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni all doing the applause thing. And so now we've got the last regular pick of the draft. That pick is of the third round. That pick is in, and it's actually belonging to Buffalo. And they get Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke. All right, so those were the main 64. Now we have the comp picks coming in. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock as the first of the comp picks. So the comp picks, again, these are the last 5 picks of the third round for this draft. They were awarded by the NFL to players who lost significant free agents over the years. So it goes Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, which got this pick from Philly. Then the LA Rams, and then Washington, which got this pick from San Francisco. So a trade. A couple of trades there with these comp picks. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and actually their pick is now in. So these are the final few picks here of the night. We're almost through, folks, and I appreciate if you've been here for a long time, if you've been hanging out, whether you've been hanging out for a while or whether you've only just joined. Appreciate you sticking out with us to the end here. It's been a night. It was definitely crazy in the second round. Things calmed down a little bit in the third. The pick is in, and again, we're in the final 5 picks of the night. So let me know what your thoughts are about the Eagles, especially about the Eagles pick, Jalix Hunt. Again, not the pick I was necessarily expecting for the Eagles. But I guess somebody that guess that I can see why they made the move. I'm taking a wait and see approach on this one here. But it is kind of addressing the trenches. Taking a look here now, ESPN draft analyst Matt Miller indicated that this is a developmental pick. It could hit big with low risk if it doesn't. Physically, he is similar in style as Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat, but is just one of those. It's one of those things where he didn't have the same levels of production. So that's again a little bit weird of a pick, but if we're going low risk, high reward with that pick, I'm cool with it. So the pick is in for the Jaguars. So again, last 5 picks, Jaguars, their pick is in. So we got Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington. And these picks will go by pretty quickly because there's only 5 minutes between these two. Or between these guys. All right. Here comes the Jaguars selection. Jarrian Jones, cornerback out of Florida State. Florida State having a night. If you're a Florida State fan, you're seeing a lot of your players go pro. So that puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock here. Pick is in actually now for the Bengals. NFL Network's got Doug Peterson on. Pick is in for the Bengals. So we got Bengals, then we got the Steelers, then we've got the Rams, and then we got the Commanders to close us out for the night. Again, TJ Houshmandzadeh announcing the pick for the Bengals. McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. All right. So that puts the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. So you got the Bengals cheering, high-fiving, getting it. All right. Making their selections. Bengals started off by picking Amarius Mims, and they've gone pretty much in the same vein since. Pittsburgh Steelers are the pick is in for them. Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Troy Faltano, Zach Frazier, and Roman Wilson so far in this draft. This is their fourth pick. So with all the trading around, and especially with all the trading back, I'm going to give you a quick summary of the Eagles' picks on day 3, because the Eagles accumulated a whole smorgasbord of picks in day 3. So the Eagles have 3 picks in round 4. They've got the number 20, the number 23, and the number 32 in round 4. They've got 3 picks in round 5. They've got the 17, the 36, and the 37. And then they have 1 pick in round 6, the 34. So those are the Eagles' picks tomorrow. Again, a lot of those accumulated as a result of trading back and forth with with other teams, accumulating some draft capital. We just got a couple more picks left here, folks. Pittsburgh Steelers, then we've got the LA Rams, then we've got the Washington Commanders. And that'll be the night. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see those pick. The pick is in, so we are coming back from commercial. Showing Jim Harbaugh singing the Michigan fight song. Former head coach there. Got his first Michigan guy. Peyton Wilson selected, linebacker out of NC State. So, he's been the top rated linebacker for a while. And I've been looking here. He's been very highly rated on DJ's, Daniel Jeremiah's draft board. Has been the number 1 rated player for a while. available. So, definitely a little surprised that he's fallen this far. But that's the name of that tune, I guess. Pick is in for the Rams. Kind of not surprised by that. We spent a little while building up to it. So we are that is the penultimate pick of this draft is about to be announced. Or of night 2 of this draft is about to be announced, and then we're gonna have the final pick of this draft of this night 2 of this draft about to be announced. Commanders are on the clock. Pick number 99. Cameron Kinchens, safety out of Miami. And now the Washington Commanders are on the clock. We are just winding things down here for the night. One more pick owned by the Commanders. Kinchens had 5 picks in 2023. So 6 picks in 2022. So we'll see how he does. But the Rams have gone defense with a lot of their picks. Pick is in for the Commanders. So that is going to be... So the final pick of the night is in. And they're getting ready. They're going to make that announcement. Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice. So the Commanders get some weapons for their new franchise quarterback in Jaden Daniels. So that's where things stand for them. And that is the night for this draft. So, again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. This is a long draft. It's a long night for everybody. If you have not already, please feel free to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. I will not be live tomorrow. I will be... we'll probably put out some updates as the Eagles make picks over the course of the rounds 4, 5, 6. If the Eagles happen to move into the 7th round, I might do something there. But we'll probably also have a recap episode just kind of summarizing the whole thing and taking stock of all that. But for tonight, for the live streams, we are We are all tapped out, so I appreciate you stopping by. It really helps the channel out. Like, subscribe, share, all that jazz. Thank you so much for stopping by. I will see y'all tomorrow. Not live, of course, but I will see you tomorrow. But until then, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Joe Donahue, and let's go Eagles.